Hey there, Professor Cloud here. I have now been playing Elden Ring for more than 55 hours, I believe it is, on one system, upwards of another 10 on another, and I've been playing around with a number of different builds. There's a lot of people out there who have created guides for the different classes or created their own hybrid builds, but the one thing that I found was that they were very, very shallow. And with a world as big as Elden Ring, with the number of items and options and changes that you can make throughout the journey of this game, it can be extremely difficult, one, to get started, but then two, how do you maintain that character moving forward? Once you've chosen your class, what are the best weapons? How quickly do you need to upgrade? Where are those upgrade items? And so on. So I thought what I would do is I would put together a getting started build for what I am calling the true samurai build. The true samurai to me is what you're seeing right there on the screen. It is a character who plays with a katana, usually two-handed, and a bow. Now, in Elden Ring, they have made this game much more approachable for many more players, but the bosses, some of the enemies, are still extremely difficult. And the samurai class is one of the hardest classes to start with, and I'll talk about why in a minute. In many cases of this game, you are not going to be able to melee through the entire game from beginning to end. You are maybe not even going to be able to range your way through from beginning to end. You need to have multiple options. And the only way to do that and start your way down that path from the beginning is setting yourself up for success. This guide, hopefully, will do that for the samurai class. Let's go ahead and get started with a brand new samurai character. And I'll just choose female, it really doesn't matter. Let me put in a name here. I'm just going to call this guide. And I have been going with mature, not that it makes any difference, but that's what I am. And your keepsake should always be the golden seed. I have never seen another reason for choosing any of the other keepsakes. Golden seed is by far the best. And then base template, I'm just going to go ahead and stick with what we're started with and go ahead and roll with it. Actually, before I do that, let me talk about a couple of things. Over on the left-hand or right-hand side are your standard character status attributes. We start at level 9. For the samurai, over the first 25 levels, maybe even as many as 30, you're really only going to want to focus on vigor and dexterity. You may be able to put a point here or there in mind to give you better magic for your skills. You might be able to put in another point or two into strength. You probably don't need to put anything into endurance because you're already going to have plenty of stamina. And you definitely are not going to need anything in intelligence, faith, or arcane because you are not going to be using spells in the first 25 or 30 levels. Your numbers are just too low. So you're going to focus on using the sword and the bow and getting them to the best levels that you can, and then you can start to diversify from that point forward. But let me get you to that point and help you know where everything is. Now, it's up to you as to whether or not you go through the entire tutorial. I am going to go ahead and go through the entire tutorial so that I can get some additional runes, because I will not be leveling up much during the first few segments. We're just going to be focusing on getting our sword leveled up and getting our bow leveled up. Okay, so getting started right from the very beginning, I am actually going to make a really quick change. That's not what I wanted. And that is primarily putting my bow in my right hand and removing the shield altogether. I will not be using a shield at all in mine. It's up to you as to whether or not you want to. For me, I feel like, one, it adds too much weight. Trying to keep ourselves in a medium load for the equipment load as much as possible. I can almost guarantee you, unless you completely strip off all the armor, you're never going to get down to a light load. But then focusing on the bow as much as possible here at the beginning. One thing to point out here about the samurai build, learn to use your skills, or Ashes of War. That's going to be a big focus for the samurai in order for him to be successful. You cannot just use your blade or your bow. You can try, but it's going to be really difficult. I was able to beat Margit with just my sword, but it took 35 tries and 2 or 3 hours for me to find the right timing and do enough damage against him to get it done. So learn how to use your skills wherever possible. I am going to be starting with the bow so that I can get a nice shot off at the very beginning, and then I'll probably switch to the sword. I don't expect to actually beat this first tutorial boss, but I'm going to give it a try. They're too long. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. You're supposed to die here anyway, but try and do a good showing. You'll notice I did, after I got the skill shot off with the bow, I did mostly use my unsheath skill ability for the katana, and focusing on having the right Ash of War on your katana will be important. The Ashes of War, which are special abilities that can be placed onto certain types of weapons. Some of them come with imbued skills, others do not. Some of them can be replaced, others cannot. But finding the right ones that are going to work with your playstyle, that are going to do damage, are important because they scale with the level of your weapon, not your level. Hence why I don't need to level up as early on as most people do, because I'm going to be focusing on using that skill to get me through the first few areas.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all. One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
So as I said, I'm going to go ahead and go through this initial tutorial area and take on the true tutorial boss. It's up to you as to whether or not you do or not. You're only going to get about 550 to 560 runes for all of the enemies. But I'll go ahead and do it, and I'll probably do it fairly quickly. And then we'll get out into the open world and start our, really, the true beginning of our first segment. So right now my flasks are set up 3-1 so that I can use my unsheath ability as much as possible. And remember, we also chose the golden seed to start with, so I will sit here and get myself a new flask charge. Okay, now we're at 4-1. close enough. Oh, yeah. That was the mighty shot or special skill of the bow. Something very important to learn to use. Makes clearing out areas, if you can see the enemies ahead of time, a lot easier. Just like the unsheath ability here at the beginning is important for stronger enemies when you're with the sword. You also saw me jumping a little while ago. Also very important. And then this is tremendously important, and you're going to see me use it a lot. And it's mostly going to be important here for the samurai class, because it will make some of the areas, especially out in the world, a whole lot easier to clear if you can go in hidden. And can do wonderful backstabs just like this. Okay. So I'm not... If you want to read along with the tutorial messages during your first playthrough, you certainly can. So I'm not going to talk through most of those items. Okay. This is the first tutorial boss. No hit the first boss. It's not that big of a deal, but you got to start somewhere if you're ever going to try and do a no-hit run. So that's really the tutorial area. That's all there is to it. Let's make sure we pick this up. And let's move on to the actual open world. So 592 runes are going to be what you'll get for all of those enemies and the Godric Soldier. Boss, tutorial boss. I actually don't know how much the Scion Spider would give you if you were to actually be able to beat him. Okay, so each one of these segments are going to be geared towards a very specific purpose. Most of them either to collect upgrade materials or better skills or potentially just runes. All of it to set you up for success so that when you go to the first major legendary dungeon, Stormhill Castle, that you will have a build that you can work with to do good damage against the first major boss. And I'm going to do everything in my power to not spoil any of that story content, because I will get us to that point, and I will even show you a first attempt at that boss, knowing that I probably will not beat him first try. Now, this particular segment, we're going to focus on two things. Getting our horse, Torrent, setting up the first few sites of grace or checkpoints, keeping in mind, of course, that we can teleport at any point in time throughout the game as long as we're not in battle, back to any one of these sites of grace as long as we found them. But we're going to set ourselves up with the first few sites of grace, pick up our first sets of upgrade materials, kill our first set of enemies beyond what we just did, so that we can level up, get out, or not level up, sorry, but upgrade our sword for the first time, and then really truly start to enter into the game. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and skip past this guy. One quick thing, you'll notice here, I have no map. That is another thing that we will be focusing on as well, as getting our first few map pieces. So the first major location to go to is the Church of Ella. Oh yeah, no fall damage in this game. It's either you fall and take no damage, or you fall and die. Yeah, the first major location we're going to go to is this church right up here. Always go to any church that you happen to find. You will always get something special at any church that you do find. Almost all of them are going to give you a site of grace or checkpoint, and almost all of them are going to give you some kind of a special upgrade item. In this case, we're going to be getting our first upgrade material called a smithing stone. If you are using regular weapons, then smithing stones are going to be how you upgrade from +1 to +25. There are different levels of smithing stone. Each level will give you 3 levels of your weapon. So smithing stone level 1, you can see there in the square brackets, will get you up to +3, and so on. If you are using a special weapon, then somber smithing stones are going to be what we're going to use. But we will not be doing that in this guide. Then we have our first merchant here, and another site of grace. So as I mentioned, in these early parts, I am not going to be leveling up at all. I am going to only buy some more arrows.
And I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kali, purveyor of fine goods. I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer.
So in this particular case, I am going to focus on arrows and the cookbooks. But make sure you look at the cookbooks to see if the items that you can craft, which crafting is something that's available in this game, are going to be things that you're actually going to use. Bone arrows, glowstone invigorating cured meat, invigorating white cured meat. I am going to buy some arrows. I won't be able to buy the cookbook, but at some point I will buy the Nomadic Warriors cookbook #1 and the crafting kit. You have to have both of those in order to be able to actually do crafting. And you're going to want cracked pots eventually as well, because that's what's going to allow you to throw bombs. So in this case, I'm just going to work on arrows for right now. You're only allowed to carry 99 arrows of 2 different types. I don't know why the game does that. Should you buy more than 99, they will go into a chest type system, and then each time that you go to a site of grace, you'll be able to pull from them should you have run out. So in this case, I'm going to, let's see. I'm just going to buy 20. Hold on, how many do I have? I can't even see how many I have. So I'll just buy 20 more.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
Okay, so from here we're going to go to the next major site of grace, and at that site of grace we'll be able to get our horse. Keep in mind, anytime you see one of these glowing skulls, break it open, more runes for you. Now, not a lot, but hey, at the very beginning, every rune counts. go ahead on up here and kill this guy. And I did it badly. I wanted to sneak up on him, and I didn't. So there's a few soldiers here in the area that you can sneak up on and kill. Some of them are protecting things, like this guy. Rune fragment. You'll notice I'm picking up a number of different things, and they're all crafting materials. And as you use your bow more and more, you're going to find that you are going to want certain types of arrows that are only available via crafting materials. Now there is a cave over here. I'm not going to go into it yet. But you can if you want to. Not a requirement of this particular route, of this getting started route. Just remember that it's here and you can always come back to it. There is a site of grace in there if you want to go ahead and add it to your map. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and go over here and pick up the next site of grace. And sit at it so that I can refresh everything. And get introduced to
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid to the Tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless. I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree. Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
So by getting to this site of grace, this is where we meet her. She is the one who provides us the level up option now at every site of grace. So it was important to get here as quickly as possible so that we could use our runes efficiently when possible. You'll also notice we can pass time should we want to do things at night. There are certain bosses, of course, that are only going to show up at night. Be aware of that. Also, manage our flasks. Do any spell memorization if you're of that class. And then, of course, sorting of your chest. So, I now have the ability to ride my new horse. And what I'm going to do is put that over here in my pouch so that I can very easily access it. So now all I have to do is hit Y and the up on the D-pad, and I will immediately call my horse. Now, that's the end of this first segment. In the next segment, we're going to clear out these runes, get our first set of upgrade materials, and set ourselves up for a couple more sites of grace before going and really exploring an area that is going to help us with a lot of things moving forward. Okay, in this segment, as I mentioned, we're going to be focusing on two things. One, just getting our feet wet with the movesets, getting used to the sword, getting used to the bow, but also collecting upgrade materials and sites of grace that are here right locally, because they will then set us up for moving forward into Stormhill Castle and moving forward into the rest of the game. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and clear out these ruins. There's not a good reason for me to do so, as there are not going to be any special weapons or armor that I'm going to want to use, but it's always worth it for me to do because I can get the runes from killing everybody. And I'm going to be primarily using stealth mechanics. Messed that up badly. I was trying to get a backstab and I was completely unsuccessful. So I'm going to be primarily using stealth throughout this area because, and I showed this a little while ago, if you look at the stats for Samurai, specifically look in the middle of the screen at the poise number. That poise number is extremely low. If you look at a strength build character, they can be anywhere from 50 to 150, depending upon their armor, depending upon their sword, depending upon their shield. The more poise you have, the less chance of you getting staggered, and the weapon, the poise damage it's able to do, the better chance you will have of staggering someone. One of the reasons why I say that the Samurai class is one of the hardest classes is because that sword, the katana, doesn't have a very good ability to stagger, and that poise number is extremely low. So you have to counterbalance that with other things. And that's what hopefully this guide will help you set up, is getting you in the right position so that you can take advantage of your speed rather than just being able to stagger and pound everybody into the dirt. So right here is our first map piece. We can now look, and we actually have map pieces, or map locations. I highly recommend that you pick those up whenever possible. The map will let you know where they're located, and I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. Now, this may look very boring, And for those who are used to playing FromSoft games, it probably is. I, on the other hand, have always been a big fan of stealth action games. So have found the ability to do this wherever possible fun. Which is why I wanted to choose the Samurai class as my first character. So we just found a new greatsword that we'll not use because we won't have the strength for it. The one thing to keep in mind, and the big reason why I am clearing these ruins, every single set of ruins that you'll find out in the world have a cellar or a special hidden underbelly to the game, to the area, that usually either has a small little mini boss that you'll need to beat or has just a chest. So clearing the ruins will always give you the ability to get something special out of it. And this one is actually a nice little combination of both ruins and encampment because of all the soldiers. So you actually get access to 2 different caravan wagons that have chests in them, as well as the underneath of the ruins on the other side of the road. And of course, also, all the runes that we're getting from killing everybody. I'm gonna wait so I can kill this guy. And we got ourselves another glowing skull over here. You can roll over those skulls and that'll break them as well. Some bolts if you prefer to use a crossbow. I actually did try a crossbow at one point and still found the regular bow to be the preferred solution, at least for me. Okay, so here's the other chest for this side. And there's a flail, which, by the way, is a dex weapon. So if you would prefer to use that, please feel free. But as I said at the beginning, this is a pure, true samurai build. So I'm sticking with samurai weaponry. You'll notice there is another Site of Grace over there, and we will go get that in a little while. But let's clear the other side of the road. Because we've got at least one dog. That we'll want to kill. Because like every FromSoft game, dogs are a pain. However, the one thing that a lot of people are arguing now in this game over the other FromSoft games is birds. Apparently birds in this game have become the new dogs. Everybody hates the birds. And I don't disagree with them. Make sure that you learn how to switch weapons and how to two-hand a weapon. It is not as easy as it once was. It's not as simple as hitting Y, so make sure that you're aware of that. As you can see, the sneak ability does really help in de-aggroing enemies. So if you do like some stealth action, be aware of that. So right there is the entrance to the underground area that I mentioned that this particular set of ruins has. Some of these weapons that you're not going to use, it's up to you, but you can probably sell them if you want. Unlike in previous FromSoft games, though, be aware that the selling prices are not very high. They did not scale the selling prices depending upon the rarity of the weapon or how good the weapon is or anything like that. There are some very basic scaling levels, but not a lot. Now, this last guy is going to be a problem. And actually, let me make sure I even got everybody. Because I have this tendency to miss someone. Also keep in mind that with respect to ruins, if you are going to clear the ruins so that you can get to the bottom area, that you will have to clear all enemies around that bottom area. Alright, so because this guy is pretty strong, I'm going to run for it and then hide, so that I can get another backstab on him. And he saw me. Oh, I did miss somebody. That was my bad. It's interesting that I did not aggro him when I was dealing with the bigger knight. As I said, the biggest problem that a samurai has is dealing with armored, shielded guys because you cannot break their guard. You don't do enough poise damage with that katana, no matter how many times you level it up. You just don't, for you to be able to break their guard. Okay, so everybody's going back to the way they started. Let me take care of this guy. And then we'll do another backstab on that guy. This is a very nice way to take care of some areas without worrying about taking damage or things like that if you're smart and patient. But as I mentioned, not everybody is going to want to do that. There we go. Really? Okay. Smoldering butterflies are really good for both fire bombs as well as fire arrows. So make sure you grab them whenever you can. we can now go down here and open the door. And get our first reward. So this is a Ash of War. This is called Storm Stomp. Some people have found it good to have. We also found the Whetstone Knife, which was the primary reason for me wanting to clear the ruins. The Whetstone Knife is going to allow you to apply affinities to your weapons. And depending upon the weapon, you might want to apply different affinities based off of the scaling. You might want to provide a different type of scaling. Dexterity scaling. You might want to provide a different type of magic-based infusement, things like that. And the knives will allow for that to occur at the blacksmith sites. So that was the basic Whetstone Knife. That will allow us to get, I believe it's standard and maybe quality-based affinity. Alright, so let me get this Site of Grace. Okay, and let me go ahead and sit at it. The next thing is we're going to go get some upgrade materials. And then we're going to go grab at least one, if not two more Sites of Grace that are closer to the actual castle. But we're going to need to be careful because, you know, we haven't leveled up. We don't have any extra HP or anything like that. So we're still going to want to be careful about it. And the way we're going to go is we're going to go up here to Stormhill. Now, Stormhill is full of giants. Trolls. So the best thing to do is to stay away from them. And then only aggro the one that we need. If possible. So you might see a little blue flash over there. That's one of the skulls. There is a statue right near there. You can see it right there. That actually contains smithing materials. We need to try and get one of the trolls to break that. Without killing us, of course. So what I want to try and do is wait for the one troll that's right here to my left to turn around. Then I'll drop down. And by the way, doing this on horseback is not a smart move. It's too easy to aggro more than what you want from a troll perspective. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and drop off of the horse here. Okay, so he sees me. Come on, dude. Okay. There we go. Nice and simple. Now we can go right from here to the next Site of Grace, which is called Stormhill Shack. This is an extremely important Site of Grace. For a number of... Oh, crap. I didn't even know he could climb up here. For a number of different reasons. Okay, so I've now reset everybody, but the... Oh, no, this is the War Master Shack. This is an important one as well. This guy sells...
Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order? Yes, you're a tarnished through and through. Takes me back. But that's a quality needed now more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good and proper tarnished, like you.
This is a gentleman who can teach you, or that you can purchase Ashes of War from. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them are just okay. It all depends on what you want to have access to. However, the two that we're going to be focusing on in this guide cannot be purchased from him. So, if you want to try and play around with some others, definitely come and talk to this gentleman and see what he has available. None of them are all that expensive. The most expensive one is $1,800, which is the Storm Blade. Then he also has a $1,500 one, which is a uppercut. I've only used one or two of them. The majority of the Ashes of War that I mess with tie in more closely to the Samurai build.
Not floating your boat.
Alright, what we need to do now is get to the Stormhill shack. And let me find... That is going to be over here. Make sure you learn how to use your map, learn how to use your markers. They're going to be extremely important. I will provide an image of the map with all of the locations that we're going to at the end of the video, as well as in the article on my website. But we're just right now filling it in as we go. Okay, so we want to go this way. Fire arrows. Yeah, so we can see the the Stormhill shack right here. And this, in my opinion, is the most important point of grace, site of grace in this entire guide, simply because it puts you closest to Stormvale Castle. It's going to be your launching off point to enter the castle, but it also gets you access to two other things. That stone sword key, which will open you up to certain places with chests. The other is this young lady here.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid? You're willing to make me a chrysalid, but I'm still a milksop craven. You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle, enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven.
The key here is to talk to her until she finishes her conversation. By doing so, she will leave you an item when she leaves to go to what is called the Round Table Hold. And that's going to be a central point for the storyline. It will also give you access to her as someone who can help you out in the future.
Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you?
She also gives you this, which is your first spirit summons. For those who are going to be new to FromSoft games, or just new to Elden Ring and are not challenge runners or speed runners, Spirit summons are going to be very important, especially against some of your harder bosses. And the spirit jellyfish has become one of the common ones that everyone uses, especially in the early to mid game, because of how many hit points they have and how much damage they can take.
The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you.
So I am going to put that in my equipment. Put him right there, because that's all that it is. Now, you are required to use your mana or focus points in order to be able to summon them, and they do take quite a bit, which is why I say that you may want to upgrade your mind. Right now, though, I am still not going to upgrade anything because we're going to be making a purchase at the next merchant that we run to. And that'll be in the next segment. I don't think there's anything more to talk about
It was
her.
a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you
Oh, here we
pass
go.
on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know?
That's a questline that I have not been able to figure out how to finish. But in either case, this is going to be the end. No. Okay, we're going to move on to the next stopping point, which is going to actually take us around Stormvale Castle. So what we're going to do is we're going to bypass around this road here. Your horse can run over the glowing skulls as well, and that will allow you to then pick up the runes inside. So we're going to go around these buildings and go right through these two columns. And I'm not in the right place. And I can't get up there from here. Okay. I need to be up there, which means I went through the wrong... Actually, here, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So what we want is we want to be here through that road to lead us to this bridge. Those thin beast bones you just saw me get as a crafting item, they are important because they will help you create arrows of different kinds. Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to stay away from the soldiers here on the road, go through these two pillars. Now, if you want to talk to this young lady here, please feel free. It is all part of the story. I'm going to skip for the purposes of the guide. Come to the end of the bridge here. Pick up this cookbook, which will help once I get the crafting kit, of course. And we're going to take this little hidden path around the back side of the castle, which will open us up to a whole nother area. Just killing some innocent wolves. They are easy enough to kill on horseback. And here, I'll do that right here. But we are still fairly low level. Also be aware that when you kill an entire group, if you are low on, say, one of your flask types, then you will get that refilled by having killed that group. That was a new mechanic of the Elden Ring game. And it's something that I've absolutely loved. And there we go. Just like that, I'm dead. Just like that, I'm dead. Oh, see, this is why I was using the bow. Yeah, so this getting started guide is going to absolutely help you with getting upgrade materials and runes and things like that, as well as some new skills and whatnot. However, you're going to be very low level at the first parts of this game, so be extra cautious. Okay. Oops. Let's go get our runes back. And I'll be a little bit more cautious this time about the killing of the wolves. I was getting cocky. It's my own fault. By the way, the reason I keep picking up the Roa fruit is because those can be crafted into a item that can be used to heal your horse. Because your horse, Torrent, does take damage separate from you. And if your horse should die, then just like we just saw, you will get knocked off the horse. So it's important to make sure that you do, when the horse does take damage, that you do heal them as well. So I normally keep them crafted and in my pouch along with the whistle. We'll be a little bit more careful this time and make sure to shoot them all from afar. Now, one thing to notice is you do not have access to your special abilities, your skills, when you are mounted. I'm running low on arrows. Gonna have to buy some more from the merchant. One thing that I have noticed is definitely a problem with archery is the slightest movement can somehow, even when locked on, cause problems. Yeah, I'm down to my last arrow. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we are now on the back side of Stormvale Castle. And there's actually a hidden entrance into Stormvale Castle right through there. I say it's an entrance because you can go into the castle, just not very far. Okay, so that's going to be it for the end of this segment. What I'm going to do real quickly in between segments is I'm going to go back to the Church of Ella. I'm going to go to the blacksmith station. I'm going to upgrade my sword. And then we will go through the west side of Lirunia Lakes to pick up a lot of different things before heading back into Limgrave and continuing on with the setup of our character. Okay, in this segment we're going to be focusing on Lirunia Lakes. Now, Lirunia Lakes is actually the second major area of the game and contains the second major boss. But because this game is completely open world, as long as you know where to go, there are very few hurdles that will prevent you from going anywhere that you want in the bottom half of the map. Now, you're not allowed into the top half of the map until you kill at least 2 of the demigods, which is what the story will tell you. We're not focusing on that. This is just setup. So if we take a look at the map, this is all Limgrave that we started on, and specifically Western Limgrave. We're going to be moving up into this area, which is going to be considered Lirunia Lakes. This item right here is a map piece. That's going to be one of the very first things that we're going to want to get so that we know where we're going. And then I will put some markers on the map to show you where I'm going to be picking up some items and where I'm going to be heading to pick up more than just upgrade materials. But I'm not going to spoil it for you until we get there. So, first thing though, we're right here near a church. Let's go head down to this church. There's an NPC in here that, you can accept the side quest if you want to, as this is just a guide for getting started. I'm not going to worry about it. But the key thing about churches is that back here, against these statues, are sacred tears. Sacred tears will increase how much health or focus points you will get from your flasks. So they are very key to find. Anytime you see a church, try and go into that church to get that particular tier. I'm going to run up here and get this item. And hopefully do it without dying. And then we're going to head to Lirunia Lakes, which is down here. Now, once we enter into the area, we're going to need to make our way down to the shoreline, because that's where the first site of grace is going to be that we're going to want to get a hold of. We want to probably get away from this encampment, stay away from all the soldiers. Easiest way, just like this, just avoid them. And here is that site of grace here right on the shoreline. This is another important site of grace. Not only is it our first entry point into Lirunia Lakes, but this merchant sells one of the most important items in the game.
You're new around here. Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter, no matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
And that's this, the lantern. When you go into catacombs or caves, many of them are going to be extremely dark. And the first merchant at the Church of Ella will sell you a torch. However, you have to put that in a hand. Can't two-hand a weapon if you're carrying a torch. The lantern will hook to your belt and will allow you to have light without having to carry a torch. So we're going to go ahead and purchase that. There is another cookbook here, and it provides crystal darts, spell-proof dried liver, and shatter shard arrow. I don't recommend it. Most of them are not worth it. The crystal darts might not be bad, but the shatter shard arrows are not the best in the game in any way, shape, or form. So just go ahead and save your money. Let me buy some more arrows. Between segments, I did go back to blacksmith. I have my katana upgraded to +2 now, which is a good starting point here for us, even though we haven't leveled up at all. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is get the map piece so that I can then show you what things we're going to be trying to grab in the game. And we just messed up. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and skip them. There we go. There's our map piece. Yeah, they can group up on you pretty quickly. I wouldn't mind the runes, though. Most things can be fairly easily killed on horseback by just circling around them if you've got them marked. But that's not always the case. Okay, so let's take a look at our map here. And we will get other map pieces. If we go down, we are approximately right here. There is another site of grace right about here that we're absolutely going to want to get a hold of, so that'll be our next major point to go after. At which point then we'll be heading more up north so that we can get access to some upgrade materials and get access to some other sites of grace. There's also going to be a golden seed that we're going to be getting access to increase our flasks as well. Yeah. So here's the other side of the next site of grace. And we also have now the Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. Now there is a set of ruins up here, specifically right there. I recommend staying away from it for now. Most of the enemies can cause some serious damage, and there's a boss there that is just horrific. But there is a set of smithing stone level 2s at the back side of it that you can usually sneak up on, and we're going to try and do that, and then we'll continue moving north to the Gateway Academy town, as that is where the next golden seed is, as well as where the next, yeah, here's the ruins here that I was talking about, Laskiar ruins. That's where the next golden seed is, as well as the next map piece. Yeah, so if we go around the back side of these ruins to keep from aggroing any of the enemies, we can come up behind this circular building. There's a teleporter right here, which will get you to the academy. Keep that in mind for later. Smithing stone level 3s. For some reason I thought they were level 2s. Yeah, you won't be using those until you're ready to get to +7 through 9, but... Alright, so the next thing is to get to Academy Town. best thing is to just head up this way. Stay away from the mounted guy. This early in the game, he can definitely do some damage.
Hello. Hello.
Alright, that's a young lady that'll give you a quest
Over
line.
here.
Be aware of that. Alright, so I'm not far enough north for Academy Town. However, I am far enough north for another Site of Grace. This should be the Scenic Isle Site of Grace. Yep. So now the Academy Town should be right over here. And the Academy Town, will get, as I mentioned, will get the Golden Seed. A couple more level 2 smithing stones. As well as the map piece. And a Site of Grace. The easiest thing, if you're not sure where you're going, is to just head towards the Academy, because Academy Town is right underneath of it. And I'm going the wrong direction. As I mentioned, I'll give you the map. At least I think I am. No, I should be in the right place. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So as I mentioned, these things are going to show up on your map as map pieces. That, make sure you pay attention to those, because those are going to be important. Now, where is it? Here it is. And in this particular case, this map piece is also right at the Golden Seed and right at the Site of Grace. And not too far away from... Stay away from the lobsters. Lobsters are a problem. Couple more level 3 smithing stones. Lobsters, thankfully, are slow, but they hit you, you're going to get hurt. And that doesn't matter what level you are. Yeah. And I'm dead. And they have the ability to do that. I didn't think they could do it at that kind of a distance, but... well, the good thing is I have the marker on the map, so it won't be hard for me to get back there. Yeah, I don't think I think I only had like 400 or 500. Let me try and go around a different direction this time. So that I don't aggro the lobsters. I also don't know exactly why I wasn't able to actually, you know what, while I'm here, that is a smithing stone set that you need. I was going to have us get anyway. But I'll show them to you on your map, on our map, when I get the map piece. Alright, I think I went far enough out of my way this time to not have aggroed the lobsters. Okay. Alright, so there's our Site of Grace. There's our map piece. Okay, so on the map, I'm not even going to worry about those. This is now Academy Gate Town. The Academy is up here. We have picked up... We picked up items here. We picked up item... This is where we just picked up a few stones. We're going to also go down here. We're also going to go here before heading over to here, where we're going to get another map piece to then fill in the rest of that area so that I can show you the primary reason for coming here in the first place, which is a Ash of War. So we've already finished 1 and 2. We still need to go to 3, 4, and then 5. So let me go ahead and clear 1 and 2 off the map. Both of those contain smithing stones used for later. There is a golden seed here nearby. I think it's up a little bit further. There are also some smithing stones that we want over here as well. Where's that gold? Oh, there's the golden. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we come here and we get the golden seed. And then we go around here. And you're going to need to be careful and quick. Wait for the crab to move and then pick up that item against the wall. That is 2 more smithing stones. Level 2s specifically. And I missed it. Okay, let's head out. Just make sure to keep moving. Make sure to keep moving. Okay, let's head for number 3. You can take your chances with some of these enemies, especially if they're slow, but be aware, the +2 katana, it's going to take at least 3 swipes on any enemy. And if they're lobsters, it's going to take a whole lot more than that. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't know why they're not aggroing. Oh, this is the one that I already got. And I've got to stop having that happen. Well, thankfully I already had... I had no runes anyway. But, yeah, you've got to be careful. I was playing with fire being around those particular lobsters too long. Alright, let me open up the map here real quick. Apparently, 3 has already been done. I must have come around closer to that direction before coming back to the town. Alright, let me try this one then. Yeah, this is going to be a great getting started guide to help you with your first bosses, but it's risky. It's going to be risky. You all need to be aware of that. Oh, hold on. considering I'm not getting any runes at the moment for killing anything. Alright, so what I'm going to do this time, because they're asleep. The key is to get in there quick before they wake up and can target you. So I just need to line myself up with the stairs. Well, and I've already cleared this one out. So number 4, for those who are interested, there is a very incredible special weapon. Oh, these are worth killing, simply because they're easy to kill. Just have to deal with the poison output. So right there in that tower is a great special weapon called the Ice Rind Hatchet. And the skill that's on it is going to be the same Ash of War that we're going to be picking up here in a little bit. Might as well get the runes while I can. Yeah, so this circular spot is the next one. And I think I'm missing... That's where the Ice Rind Hatchet is. Oh, I did. I missed a Site of Grace back here, but that's okay. Alright. Alright, so we're now going to be going and getting another map piece and Site of Grace. And these are going to be fairly easy to grab because they're right here along the road. Yeah, we're just going to be heading straight up here. Stay away from the singing. At least out in the main world. Unless you're ready to deal with bats. Lots and lots of lobsters over there. Alright, so here's the next Site of Grace. Yeah, you do have to get off of your horse to do a Site of Grace. Whatever you do, don't touch the jellyfish that you're going to see here. Just run through and pick up the item. That's the smart move. And then run around the encampment. I'm being sniped. What we're headed for is... Actually, you know what? Let's pull out the map. Yeah, here's the next map piece. If you do want another site of grace, there is actually one over here. Just be careful to not get close to any of the balloons, because they will drop some pretty nasty automatons that can do some fairly serious damage, especially this early on. What's up, Chris? Right now I'm not doing anything on my first playthrough. I'm actually recording a getting started guide for the samurai class. So you didn't have to get that site of grace if you didn't want to, but what we're going to do is we're going to go up here and get this next map piece and take that to get the special ability that I talked about was tied to the Ice Rind Hatchet. And that's going to be called Hoarfrost Stomp. And because it's tied to how strong your weapon is, it is very powerful. And for the samurai, because he is so weak in other areas, it's a great way to level the playing field. So what we're going to be doing here... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Is we're going to get another site of grace here, and then we're going to be heading to, this lake. And that lake is where we're going to be able to get the Ash of War that I just mentioned. Oh, I forgot about the wolves there. Oh, damn it. Oh, I touched a wall. I grazed a wall and it affected my movement. There we go. By the way, there was an illusory wall right near there that I could have used just as easily, but... Okay. Here's the site of grace. Now, we're going to be coming up on Carrion Manor. Carrion Manor is not a place that we want to be getting anywhere close to this early in the game. So we're going to be staying along the right-hand side so that we can stay away from all of those magic beams. And the other thing is to just keep moving. You get far enough away from the manor, the beams will stop. I actually noticed a glowing skull over there, but it's okay. Alright, so we're going to see some footprints here in the water. This tells us that there is an invisible scarab. And scarabs are just like crystal skulls in the original FromSoft games, and they have items. Specifically in this one, and I was off. The Hoarfrost Stomp Ash that we want. Just gotta time it right. And I'm not. There we go. There it is. Hoarfrost Stomp. Now, when we sit at a Site of Grace, we'll be able to change our Ash of War from Unsheath to that one. And I will do that as soon as I can. So we're going to leave here, and we're going to make one last stop to here, which is another church. Get its Site of Grace, and then we're going to go ahead and warp back, and we're going to start doing some additional collection of smithing materials in Limgrave, as well as doing some actual finally some farming to level ourselves up. So we're going to go across this particular pathway. And then head up this hill. There is another merchant here. He's not a very nice person, though. So I'm going to leave him there, knowing that he's always available to us here at the church. And we're going to get the Site of Grace, as well as the Sacred Tear, just like we got in the other church earlier. So this is the Church of Bellum. The first church that we went to was the Church of... Where is it? Church of Irith. So, I'm now going to sit here. I should be able to add a charge to my flask. It's going to take 2 golden seeds to do it next time. The first 2 are 1 and 1. The next 2 are 2 and 2. The next 2 are 3 and 3. And I believe there's a 4 and 4. I believe it goes up to 14 available flasks based on the number of golden seeds in the world. And then I can also increase my amount. Alright. That is the end of this segment. What we're going to do is we're going to warp back to Limgrave and go to the Church of Ella, and we'll start from there to head down south, because we're going to do some we're going to pick up some things down south, as well as clear a specific area down south. Okay, here we are for the next segment, and for the next segment we're going to be going down to southern Limgrave, also called the Wheeping Peninsula. There's a very specific shield that we want to get for no other reason than it's going to help us with stamina recovery. But let's take a look at the map first of what we just did. So what we've done is, down in Lirunia, we opened up the Lirunia Lakeshore, Laskia Ruins, Scenic Isle, Academy Gate Town, Foot of the Four Belfries, Sorcerer's Isle, Road to the Manor, and Bellum Church, all sites of grace. We picked up all of those. We picked up a crap ton of level 2 smithing stones. We picked up 3 new map pieces, all for Lirunia Lakes, and we picked up a golden seed. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start from the Church of Ella, where we basically started the game, and we're going to go down here to this bridge, and we're going to go across the bridge, and we're going to open up some of the map down here, which is called the Wheeping Peninsula. There's a lot of stuff to do down here that can be considered early game, plus there are some things to pick up, some people to kill, and so on. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll head to right around here to pick up a Site of Grace, and that'll give us a nice launching point down south. Oh. There should only be 3 of these. These are quick 3 kills. And they're guarding something. It's a golden rune. And a small one at that. But hey, you know, every little bit helps. So, piece of advice this early in the game. Be very careful about entering this lake. It is guarded by a dragon that at the moment you can't see. But, oh, trust me, he's there. And he will wreck your day if you don't know how to deal with him. And if your weapon isn't leveled up well enough. Oh, I'd forgotten about this. Ah, level 1 smithing stone. Now, a little bit later, before you take on your first major boss, maybe you want to take on the dragon, just for the runes. But make sure you clear out as much of the lake beforehand as you can. Oh, but there's a crab there. I don't want to mess with the crab. Yeah, so here's the site of grace that I was talking about. Ah, and while we're at it, because I forgot to do this earlier, let's go ahead and sit down. And what we're going to do is go to the Ashes of War section. And we're going to choose the katana. Change the Ash of War to the Hoarfrost Stomp. And that is going... But make sure to use the standard affinity. Remember I talked about the whetstone knives being able to provide different affinities. The standard is all we have access to right now. As we find more knives, we will get access to others, and they will affect the scaling of our weapons. So right now we're D on strength and D on dexterity, but for example, if we find, I believe it's the iron whetstone knife, it will allow us to give keen and quality affinities. The quality is C and C, and the keen is E for strength and B, as in Brian, for dexterity. Therefore, the damage can be affected based on your leveling in those particular things. And of course, dexterity being one of the primary attributes for a samurai, you're going to probably want to go with keen, unless you decide to go a hybrid build. I'm just getting you started. What you do with this character after you use this guide is completely up to you. You can always come and ask me, though. Okay, so we've now got ourselves a starting point. Oh, I didn't actually switch it. Sorry, missed that. My bad. There we go. Okay, now I've got it set up correctly. The Hoarfrost Stomp is one of the most effective ways to get through specific areas that you'll see in the next segment that we're going to be getting more smithing materials from. Oh wow, he dropped a smithing stone. Okay, so we've got a bridge here. This bridge has a ballista on it and a whole bunch of soldiers, but it also has a couple of really key items, and we'll get some runes for killing some people. Recommendation: storm it, but run straight through. Don't even bother stopping. because they're going to be too slow to get you anyway. Run right on past them, off here to the right, and we're now on the Wheeping Peninsula, and we just found ourselves another site of grace. Now, here's the cool thing. You can sneak... Every one of them are going to de-aggro, turn around, and face the other direction. That's the way that their AI was written. So, it is all going to be about backstabs. However, now that we've got the Hoarfrost Stomp, you can actually take them on head-on. It's completely up to you. I'm going to save my Hoarfrost Stomp for the next segment when we go into Limgrave Tunnels, Murkwater Cave, and so on. And just like that, I killed 2. But you'll also notice my FP bar went down. That's why I now have 1 flask that is strictly for the restoral of FP. Okay. So we'll grab this item here. Another smithing stone. And then we'll kill this guy. Make sure to grab the smoldering butterflies. And then I'll leave it up to you if you want to take care of those 2 guys or not. It's completely up to you. Alright. Time to head to the next section, which is to get another Site of Grace, meet another merchant, and to get the Tortoise Shell Shield. Try saying that 5 times fast. Now, there is a caravan up here with a guard and some dogs. It's up to you as to whether or not you want to go in there. There is a Morning Star in there, which provides blunt damage and is great against, you know, armored enemies of many different types. And for other particular builds, that might work very well. Make sure you grab this particular scarab. Oh, crap. Yeah, on horseback, you do get a little bit more poise than you normally would. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so we're going to be continue to head south. And we're going to be heading eventually for this map piece. But before we do that, we're going to be over here. Matter of fact, I think it's just past these dogs. No, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Let me go back to the road. Ah, there's where I want to go. Yeah, just look for the fire. And that gives us another site of grace. Access to another merchant. This merchant, there's nothing really special about him. It's just if you happen to be in this area, it's a place that you can, you know, stock up on arrows or what have you. I think I'm actually going to stock up on a few. Oh, let's see. He also, by the way, certain merchants have, you can see that right here, stone sword keys. As I mentioned, they're used to open up closed off areas. The merchants tend to sell them for cheaper prices, but they have a very, very limited amount. This guy only has one. So if you ever need one, see about the merchants. There's one particular merchant that we're going to be getting the grace point for a little bit later, like 2 segments from now, that actually has 3 available, and they're 2,000 apiece. The 2 ladies in Round Table Hold sell them for 4,000 apiece. So it's worth finding the merchants who sell them in case you ever need them. Alright, I've got 27. Let's go 23. Alright, that's 50. That works. Alright, so from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use this well point to jump up to the top of the ramparts. And specifically, that tower. And by doing so, I get the Great Turtle Shell. Now, I told you earlier I wasn't going to be using a shield. And that's right, I'm not. I'm going to be equipping it, but I'm not going to use it. Matter of fact, I can't. My strength isn't high enough. At least not at the moment. We'll probably get it up there, or you will probably get it up there later in the game. However, as I said, I'm not going to equip it. I'm going to two-hand my sword, put it on my back, and you'll notice underneath of my stamina bar, there's now a little up arrow letting me know that I'm now getting stamina recovery speed increase. That was the whole purpose of getting the shell. If you ever want to use it, it's completely up to you. It's actually a very, very good shield. But the key thing for a dex-based player, you want the stamina recovery. And trust me, some of these bosses, you're going to need them. Okay, now I got to remember how to get down from here. Oh, actually, never mind. We'll just drop down. So that particular site of grace was the Castle Morn Rampart. I'm bringing this up because Castle Morn is an important spot on the map. It is another place for side quests. It is also another place for a boss fight. A very tough boss fight. One that took me quite a while. But it's worth potentially getting it, especially if you're a strength build player and you want access to a really, really cool greatsword. In the meantime, we're going to be continuing to get the next map piece. Next to the map piece is another little golden tree to get us another golden seed to move towards our next flask improvement. However, there is a big golem protecting the castle that you can see right there in the distance. And the minute he sees us coming over this rise, he's going to start shooting very, very, very large arrows at us. So we're going to need to be quick. And then head right. Over this direction. Okay, now, the tree... I gotta remember where the tree is. I think we're actually a little bit too far north. We are. Alright, we need to go up. There it is right there. Over on the right-hand side. I was afraid of that. Man, that was extremely well timed by him. Now, you'll notice just then, I got hit. I didn't take any damage. My horse did. That's what I talked about with the Roa fruit. And I'll show you how to craft the healing item related to the Roa fruit in a second. Let me get out of the way here. Okay, so we go... Oh, that's right, I don't have the crafting kit yet. Alright, so as the end of this segment... Oh, it still considers me in combat. Oh, there's another glowing skull, so... There we go. Alright, so now we have the map for the Wheeping Peninsula. And we're going to do some more things here on the Wheeping Peninsula for farming reasons in a little bit. But for right now, let's go back to the Church of Ella as a nice central point. And I have enough, so let me buy the crafting kit.
Wait. Well, you're back.
From our gentleman friend here.
Goodbye.
Which now allows me to... Oops. Go to the item crafting menu. And right here, Roa Raisin. This is a healing item for the horse. And you can do it mounted. I put it in my pouch. Makes it very, very easy for you to keep your horse healed up as you're out in combat. And there's a fight a little bit later on that you might actually see me using it very handily. I use it sometimes again in the dragon fight. So I'm going to go ahead and create about 20 of these. And you can craft on horseback. Something to keep in mind. So, I'm then going to put it here in my pouch. Put it right there. I'm also going to put the lantern in my pouch so I can turn it on easily enough. And that's going to end this particular segment. In the next segment, we're going to be focused on smithing materials, really finding as many smithing materials as we can. We'll also start farming some runes against some bosses and things that I think are cool for us to take care of. And we'll also make sure to get the first major key item that everyone needs to find in order to move forward in the game. As well as the last Ash of War that we'll need, that I recommend for the samurai before taking on Margit in the Stormhill Castle. Okay, in this segment we're going to be focusing on the gathering of runes, gathering of smithing materials to continue to increase our katana, but also to start increasing the value of our bow as well, because the bow will come in handy when you get to Stormhill Castle, especially with the use of Mighty Shot. But we also want to make sure to get our sword as high a level as we possibly can. So the first place that we're going to go is a place called Limgrave Tunnels, which is near the lake. It's actually right here. After we go to Limgrave Tunnels, we're then going to be going down this riverbed here, which is going to instigate a fight with an NPC invader. That's important for a specific quest line, but it's also going to give us access to a cave that's right here called Murkwater Cave. That gives us access to an important merchant. And then after that, we're going to head back down to the Wheeping Peninsula, should we need to. We'll take a look at our smithing section to see if we really need to. But if we do need to, there is another tunnels called the Morn Tunnels that have additional smithing materials that we can gather as well. And of course, we'll have to kill people in order to gather those materials. So let's go to the Limgrave Tunnels first. Now, you'll notice it is nighttime. There are definitely some things out here at night that you want to stay away from when you're this early on. It just so happens that it's nighttime. Alright, the easiest way to get down... is over there. Yeah, don't go jumping off cliffs. There are certain heights that your horse cannot take. Down here, I guess? Yeah. Oh. Oh, summoning pools. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to play co-op. So remember that dragon? He's going to drop right in there if you get too close to that location. I'm going to do everything in my power to stay away from that. I stay in close to the edge here. And then the tunnel is right back here. We're going to take the elevator down. Get the Site of Grace. And then we're going to go back up because there's a jump off point. And I don't remember if it's on this side. No, it's on the other side. We also want to turn on our lantern. Now you're going to make sure you jump. Do not try and run off. They did not make it easy this time around in the FromSoft games. You can't just easily walk off onto ledges anymore. You gotta jump. Like right here, you might look at that and go, oh, I can just walk off. Don't. Make sure you jump. They gave us a lot more distance for fall damage. Actually, I should say fall death. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing as much damage with my sword as I need to make it worth my while. But the Hoarfrost Stomp, you see what it does. Alright, that's the way forward. guy's not protecting anything. I don't know if he's going to aggro or not. No. Oh, he did. Alright, on to the next area. Now this one we have to jump. Because that's what takes us to the boss of the area. But before we do that, alright, so he's guarding one, and there's one back there. Now, once we're out of this particular tunnel, we're definitely going to have enough to upgrade our katana to +3. I don't know how far we'll be able to take the bow. Alright, it's the other side. Okay. Trying to save up my mana for the boss fight, if at all possible. And I think I'm just gonna run past this guy and grab it and go. Oh, you bastard. Alright. Let's see if I've got enough mana to pull this off. I am not a fan of this fight at all. I did not need that medallion in any way, shape, or form. Didn't even need to kill that guy. Did it just for the runes. Alright, so that's Limgrave Tunnels. Let's make a quick trip back to Round Table Hold. By the way, if you want to make an easier, fast way to navigate, you can also get a full list of Sites of Grace. I think we're at a point, though, where my katana can get up to certainly +3, if not +4 or 5.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Okay, so definitely +3. Good. +4. +5. I need one more to get to +6. Alright, for the bow, +1 and +2. Alright, so we will need to clear out more tunnels in order to get the bow to +3. Alright. So next thing is Murkwater Cave. What we'll do is we'll start from the Limgrave Tunnels. Because we're going to basically go around here to get into this area so that we can get invaded by the NPC and then go into the Murkwater Cave. Alright, let me sit down and maybe grab a couple of levels while I've got some extra runes. And I've got some extra golden runes that I can use to at least get 2 levels. So let me go ahead and use those real quick. No reason to keep them around. So probably let's use 4. I meant to... Sorry. That uses 1 individually. We can also use multiples. There we go. That should get me 2 levels. Now, as I mentioned before, the levels aren't nearly as important with respect to damage as the leveling of your weapons are. But, as a samurai, your health is low. So, you need to level up at the very least for vigor purposes. And then add to dexterity wherever you can. Between now and that first big fight, focus on vigor, focus on dexterity. If you have done some extra farming, add a point into mind, add a point into strength. Don't worry about endurance, focus on vigor and dexterity. Because believe me, the guys you're going to run up against, the bosses you're going to run up against, they're going to hit like a ton of bricks. And you need to be able to take them so that you can actually have an opportunity to heal yourself. Otherwise, you're just dead. Okay. So let's go back up. I probably should have forwarded... I almost want to go back down and forward it to daytime, but... Alright, we're going to stay along this left-hand wall so that we don't aggro the dragon by accident. Oh, right. Freaking crabs. Even though the crabs do not have the ability to spit like the lobsters do, crabs are worse. Because they're faster. They are a lot faster. Alright, there are going to be 2 skeletons here that drop down. Highly recommend that you run for it. because you're going to get taken off of your horse because of the invasion here in a minute. And if you can get far enough ahead of the skeletons, they will de-aggro. There's the cave that I want us to get into. But there's an invasion coming right there. Now, we're going to get help from another NPC. So the key is to just last until he gets there. That's not good.
If it isn't Nereus, the bloody finger, the end is nigh. For you.
This guy sucks.
And justice.
And I'm dead. As I said, he absolutely sucks. I did not do a very good job with rolling. The key is to try and wait for Yuri to get there. And he just takes an awfully long time. Let me make sure that it's daytime. It already was. Thankfully, I didn't lose much in the way of runes, but... in addition, when I saw him... I actually probably could have killed him, because when I saw him going to heal, I waited too long to run up on him. I should have easily gotten to him and taken care of him. I don't know that it would have absolutely killed him, but it would have come close. Oh, you stupid crab. The really good thing about this is that I will absolutely have time to get my runes back. Ugh.
It isn't Nereus. The bloody finger.
Yeah, there's the... Nope.
You. And your cessblood.
There we go. Yeah, we needed to work together. He's just so fast. Yeah, so this was just really a tutorial as well. However, he did just give us the Reduvia dagger. Now, this is not a requirement for this build. But... this dagger could potentially be, if you want to go more stealth, a very important addition to your equipment. It's going to be tremendously great for backstabbing because of the amount of blood loss that it's going to do. I have seen people who have upgraded this tremendously and have done huge amounts of damage just because of backstab damage alone. So you're forced to go in to kill that guy before you can get into Murkwater Cave anyway. So if you want to take advantage of it, you can. Alright, so we're now going to go into Murkwater Cave, which is right here. I want to make sure to sit at the point of site of grace. Actually, let me see if I can get another level while I'm at it. Yep. Alright, we'll put a point into dexterity. And as you saw, it didn't do a whole hell of a lot. Oh my god. Alright, I am sucking it royally right now. That was what was supposed to have happened at the very beginning, but I did an absolutely horrendous job. Mostly because I did not target anybody. So if I have one, well, I actually have a couple, but if I have one tiny complaint, crafting items should never be in a chest. Maybe in a chest in addition to other things, but a chest is designed for rewards, not crafting items. Okay, so boss time, and you'll see why we're here. This is a little bit of a spoiler, maybe.
Well, well, well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance.
Okay, so because of his shield,
all of it.
You really have to use Hoarfrost Stomp.
Wait, please.
And it just takes the
surrender.
two.
White flag and all.
Here we go.
Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a lady of reason, through and through. Ah. Well, now, how did I get that? I took you for a demi-human. An innocent mistake. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? A true lady of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a little. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next.
Okay, so that was important. He's going to sell some pretty interesting items, including one that, if you want, will help you with the first big boss fight. So, forgiving him, coming back here later to see what he has, could be important for you. Keep that in mind for later. I don't want to spoil anything. Alright. Turn to the entrance. Alright, next thing is the Morn Tunnel. And the Morn Tunnel will put us back down to the Wheeping Peninsula. which is going to be the next farming area for us anyway. So, the one thing is I don't remember how to get there. It is down here. Let me remove these other... Oh, that one's already gone. Okay. Yeah, so it's down here, but you have to get there from this area. And I don't remember how to get down there. It might be a set of platforms. Alright, let me go start from here. Oh, actually, before I do that, I think I might have enough to level up again. Because I do want, you know, us to have a decent level before we go... Nope, I need to use a rune. Just because my sword is going to be at a decent level doesn't mean that I want my personal level to be at that before going into that boss fight. So, you know, I still want to make sure that we're leveling up, if for no other reason than to get your HP up higher. So I'm going to get that to now level 15. Really, legitimately, you would like to have the red bar to be as close as possible to being as long as the green bar before you go into that first big boss fight. I did not do that in my first playthrough, and yeah, it was rough. So, alright, we're going to do things a little bit out of order here. This is an area that we're going to farm. So I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Well, maybe. Yeah, oh my god. This is the problem with samurais. That was a perfect representation of the problem with samurais right there. The samurai poise is so low that 2 rats can constantly stagger me. So, what should I have done something different? Absolutely. I should have used a Hoarfrost Stomp. I could have used a bow and arrow. Anything. But I try to, you know, keep saving up on arrows. I try to save up on mana, and that's what happened. So this was the reason why I wanted to put this guide together. That example right there. Thankfully, we're right here close by. Won't be a problem. Didn't have that much to lose either, but... okay. There is a point of, or a site of grace here in the area, but there's also a lot more rats. So you're going to need to be careful. Such as this one. Just keep an eye out for the yellow eyes. It's also a nice farming area for these specific crafting materials. Alright, there's Well, 4 more. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. Come on. Aggro. Key is to start swinging before they try and jump at you, because you've got a better reach than they do. Almost be preemptive about it. Okay. There is a site of grace here. That I definitely want to grab. Just gotta remember where it is. Actually, I think it's around behind the buildings. Okay. Take advantage of every type of attack ability that you can find. So, jump attacks, the Ashes of War, sneaking, backstabbing, range. Everything is valid in your first playthrough. Everything. Alright, I'm going to worry about the quote-unquote humans a little bit later. I want to make sure that I clear all the rats first. Because as we've already seen, the rats are a problem. Alright, the site of grace is up there on that ridge. Yeah. Alright, now we won't get teleported too far away. Should we die again? Alright, there's another rat over there. The reason for coming in here, other than getting the Site of Grace, is there is another church in the area. And of course we want to pick up the sacred tear that's in that church. And there's another rat, and there's the church right there. Yeah, that was my fault. I was a little bit too slow to make the attack. Ah, good. Couple of... those Arteria leaves are excellent. Just so that you're aware, they will be used, assuming you find the right cookbook, to create a item called the Exalted Meat. Someone's actually going to give us one at the end of a quest. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head. Exalted Meats will raise your attack power. I believe it's for 3 minutes. So they are excellent to have, especially in large large groups of enemies. Ah, damn. Oh my god, I keep... All because I wasn't locked on. I'm still not used to locking on, I'll be honest. In previous FromSoft games, you were actually penalized for locking on. Oh, shit. Yeah, you were actually penalized for locking on, so... You know what, I need to heal. I'm still not used to it yet. There we go. Okay, that's everybody. And there's our secret tier. Alright, so let's finish clearing out... By the way, that was a flame spell, or flame incantation. If you ever should decide to go down that path, say later in the game, it might be something you want to use. He was still able to do damage to me. I don't know how. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get a ton of runes for this, but it was worth it, if for no other reason than the sacred tier. I think that's everybody. Alright, let's go back to finding our way then into Morn Tunnel. Fine. Okay, the entrance is this way. Okay, so the question is... we need to get across that bridge, and then we can go down. All right. Then I need to go back to here. Yeah. And we're going to go around that way. Go around this direction. Gonna go up this hill. We're actually gonna grab another state of grace along the way. Feel free to kill the dogs if you should so desire. Yeah, here's the other state of grace that I was talking about. Oh, nice. Now, there is a demi-human sitting right in front of this bridge. I'm just going to jump him. I could kill him. I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal. He's actually not that hard to fight when you're mounted. But for the sake of the guide, let me try and speed this along a little bit. Alright, so I should be able to drop down to here. Then drop down to here. And there we go. And then the tunnel is right here. And this one's going to be just like Limgrave tunnels. It's going to be full of Smithstone level 1s, which we need to finish upgrading our bow. Let me pop a couple of these. Get another level while we're here. That way we're not going in here with a lot of runes in our pocket. And let's see. My plan here is to make sure that Vigor is at least 20 and Dexterity is at least 20 going into that big fight I was talking about. That should put you in the neighborhood of level 20. However, I will tell you, I went into that fight at level 30, but my sword was only +3. Those 2 extra levels on your sword can make a tremendous difference. And my vigor was not nearly high enough. I'm not even sure my vigor was above 18. At that time. Oh, I had forgotten that this one was full of demi-humans. Okay. So this one might not be as hard of a fight. For some of it. Of course, we also have this to worry about. And I'll be honest, I don't remember... I do not remember for the life of me what the boss is here. Okay, backstab. There's a guy there on the ground. He's gonna wake up. Alright, I need to run and heal. What? I can't even see! There are times when I don't like the AI design of some of these enemies. Then again, I mean that's pretty much the way everybody feels. Oh, so there were only 2 up here. Okay, never mind. then he set himself up. So that actually ended up working out okay. Alright, let's go deal with this guy first. If I remember correctly, I need 5 level 1 smith stones. To get the bow to +3. They're not aggroing, so if we don't have to kill them, then let's don't. No one's aggroing. There's the exalted flesh I was talking about a little while ago. You find the right cookbook, you'll be able to create that. Oh. Almost positive there's something back here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a somber smithing stone. So if you'll remember at the beginning of the video, I talked about them being needed for special weapons. We're not using a special weapon, but should you ever find one, somber smithing stones are what you would use to upgrade them. Shit. By the way, the reason that I'm using Hoarfrost Stomp as much as I am, and the reason I went and got it, is because of enemies just like this. Any armored enemy. These guys are armored by rock. They are going to be so much harder to deal with with a slashing weapon, that this is a great way to deal with them. Oh, you've got to be kidding. That was bad. I didn't know he had such a delayed attack. I didn't know he had another one. Alright, let me see what I've got here. Alright, I've got 6 level 1s, and that's all I need for the bow. So at this point, unless there's a level 2 in here somewhere, I can probably go without looting anymore. Arteria leaf. do want to get this somber smithing stone just in case. Not worth it. Is there no boss? Oh, here we go. I don't know that it's going to be a good idea for me to fight a boss. Like this. Because I don't remember who's here. Scaly Misbegotten. We'll give it a try. Oh, yeah. It's okay, it worked out. And Rusted Anchor, plus another couple thousand in runes. Okay, so let's head back to the front. And that actually is going to do it for this particular segment. What I'm going to do now is go back to the round table hold so that we can upgrade the bow. Oh! Okay, and we're going to make a quick jump. Or I was going to, anyway. Well, I riskily picked up some items along the way. Everyone's going to see something, and they're going to want to find it and grab it and do whatever they can. So, you know, I'm not going to stop you from doing anything. I'm just getting you to the right locations for the materials. What you do in between, how you get there, where you go in between is completely up to you. Let me go ahead and strengthen the bow to +3. And then... what have I got as far as level 2s? I need one more level 2 to get the katana to +6, which we absolutely should try and get. I don't remember where there is a +2 or a level 2 at the moment. I'll look in between segments. But that's going to wrap it up for this segment. Let me go ahead and get a couple of levels. We'll go ahead and go to 17 on Dexterity and 17 on Vigor. And that's a nice little stopping point for this segment. In the next segment, we're going to continue our farming. There are a number of places that we need to go in the Wheeping Peninsula, and there is a boss fight that we're absolutely going to fight in the Wheeping Peninsula as well. Okay, in this segment, we're going to continue with our farming. Some of these next two segments are about specific items, killing specific bosses, collecting runes, things along those lines, as well as showing some other ways to kill bosses, so that you are better prepared when you go up against Margit for the first time. Now, if you'll remember, we did get a sacred tear in that church, so let's go ahead and increase our amount replenished. We also are going to be getting, in the next segment, we're going to be getting another golden seed to increase our flask to, right now it's 6, that'll get us to 7. Alright, so we're going to be going back to the Wheeping Peninsula, and we'll start from south of the Lookout Tower. The first place that we're going to be going is up here, which is the Church of Pilgrimage. We'll then go here to a minor Erd tree, which is got a boss fight. After that, I'll show you the Tombs Ward ruins and talk about a bow that is optional. I'll make you aware of it, but I'm not going to get it myself. And then all the way down here, there's some farming, and there's another merchant that's worth talking about. So that's going to be, and then lastly in the segment, we'll go back all the way up here for one quick trip. And actually, it is right, trying to get the mouse to, right there, where we will get our first talisman. And I believe it's, for a samurai, the only talisman worth having at the beginning of the game. Alright, so let's go south of the Lookout Tower. Uh-oh. Oh, actually, that's right. South of the Lookout Tower does not work. You actually cannot get there along the roadway all the way up to the pilgrimage. The best way to get there is... Actually, yes you can. Yes you can. We just have to go back across the bridge. That's all. But this time, instead of going down, we're going to go that way. They're not bad from a runes perspective, so worth killing them. And now at +6, doesn't take much. And you might as well learn how to deal with them anyway, because we're going to have to deal with them before taking on the boss in front of the Erd tree. If you are wanting to get any poison, either create poison arrows, which there's a specific cookbook for, or you're looking to get the buff to help prevent poison, then you might want to go down there and kill those poison blossoms, because they will provide drops. Just be aware that the big one can take a little bit, and you're going to have to kind of go in and out. So, Church of Pilgrimage is right up here. Oh, at night there is jellyfish. I didn't realize that. Blood grease. Alright, I'm gonna take care of these guys. Now, with skeletons, you have to kill them twice, or they're going to come back once. That was the reason why I did that. But the whole point of coming here is the Church of Pilgrimage. So that we could get another sacred tier. Nice farming location also for golden centipedes if you should need them for, I don't know, some kind of art, some kind of crafting. I'm guessing maybe something lightning oriented? Okay, how many arrows do I have? 49. Okay, I need to buy some arrows first. Let me go back to the Church of Ella. Make sure that I have some more. Because the Erd Tree boss, we are going to fight on horseback with bow and arrow.
Well, you're back. Care to buy something?
And let's see, here we go. Actually, you know what?
Goodbye for now.
Let me pop a few runes so that I can buy that cookbook that I know I want. Okay.
What is it?
Alright, so this is the one? Yeah, bow and arrow. Yeah, this is the one. So we'll buy that. And then arrows.
Goodbye.
And then to make it a little bit easier on myself, I'm going to go ahead and move it to daytime. Okay. Alright. Back on the horse. Now, as I mentioned, there are going to be guys out in front. We're going to be heading to that big tree. There's a boss right in front of that big tree. But there are also enemies that are supposed to be protecting the boss on our way there. So let's make sure to clear them out. Oops. That was a waste of an arrow. Oh, crap. Perfect time to... There we go. Perfect time to heal the little horsey. I don't remember if there are any more. I think there are more surrounding the boss. Oh, here's one. Yeah, so there's the boss right there. And as I said, we're going to deal with him via horseback and archery. And I want to clear around the tree first. Because it can take... The fight can take a lot of area. Okay. Oop. That particular scarab will refill your health flasks. So should you run into issues during the fight, I don't find this particular boss all that hard once I don't anymore. Now that I have learned to do it via archery. Oh, and okay. And that right there is the primary reason for me doing this via archery. The problem, though, is you have to be facing them. Uh-oh. Nope, I'm dead. I'm dead. Boy, did I mess that up. Oh, come on. This is actually pretty decent RNG, to be honest. The last time I fought this, or when I was doing the testing yesterday, I got nothing but the lightning sparks. And actually, I'm not sure that they're lightning. It might be holy. I'm not sure what the damage is. I'm not doing great damage, but I'm not doing bad damage either. Even at +3, I do wish I was doing a little bit better damage. I'm sure a lot of people would prefer to do this via Hoarfrost Stomp down on the ground. I get nervous with some of the bigger bosses, especially early in the game. Because they can do so much damage. And those lightning sparks, holy sparks, whatever they are, they're a lot harder to dodge when you're on foot. They're also a lot harder to see how many there are. That was a little close. Almost there. Yep, that was bad. I got too close. Brian. There we go. So the whole reasoning for killing this boss is what they drop. They drop special tears that can only be used in a very specific flask that we're going to get in the next segment. And that also is going to help us leading into that first boss fight. That first big boss fight. Alright, I noticed these. In addition, that particular boss gave us some decent runes in comparison to some of the others that we fought. I think that's all that I saw. Oh, no, there's another one over here. Okay. Alright, we're going to go back down. And we're going to make a left at the bottom. So this area is great farming for the sheep, which provide the thin bones that you'll need for the creating of bone arrows of any kind, whether they're poison or otherwise. So this is a great place for you to remember. Oops. But they do roll around. There is also a set of catacombs right up there, I believe. The Tombsward Catacombs. And then this is the Tombsward Ruins. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because there are two enemies at the bottom, in the bottom of this, once you clear everything, that supposedly drop a short bow that is got a different skill on it than the longbow does. The longbow is going to be great for long distance and one-shotting, but if you're wanting to do like a bow-only run or a bow primary weapon run, then having a short bow is going to be important. And the one that's at the bottom of this particular set of ruins might be worth grabbing. So I'm just making mention of that. That's the Tombsward Ruins. Then next is, you can see the light right through there where that fire is. That's the Tombsward Cave. And in that cave, there is a valid medallion worth checking out. However, at the moment, we can only equip one medallion. So getting a second one isn't going to be of value because we're going to get our first good one in a little bit. Oh, there's a church up here. That is a mausoleum. They will allow... Each one of them is a little bit different. You have to get them down onto the ground. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but they will help you later in the game, potentially. I had completely forgotten about this church. Oh, this is the fourth church of America. Okay. Alright, so we'll go ahead and grab this. Another sacred tier. Let's go ahead and set ourselves up. I'm also going to allocate my flash charges and put 4-2. Considering how much I've been using Hoarfrost Stomp, I think that's going to be smart. Oh, and then let's level up a couple of times. So use those runes we just got from the boss. Okay, let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave that at 17, and I'm going to go to 12 on Mind. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, so there's a lot of farming down there on that beach. There's also another set of runes, and there's another merchant. Yeah, there's the ruins that I was talking about. Be very careful about that set of ruins. It's very tough to clear because that whole entire area is covered in poison. But the last point of Site of Grace is down here near the beach, right here at the shack. And this is, although very low yield, is a great place for farming. And you'll see why in a little bit. So the reason I said this particular Site of Grace is this merchant.
Well, there's been a... How can I?
Has 3 stone sword keys at 2,000 apiece. So that's worth knowing about all by itself. He also sells the lantern, so you could have come here instead of Lirunia Lakes. If for whatever reason you don't want to use Hoarfrost Stomp, you can come here instead. He also sells the Lost Ashes of War, which is what you would use to duplicate a particular Ash of War with the blacksmith at the Round Table Hold. He also sells 5 Arteria leaves if you need to make some more exalted meats.
Have a safe trip.
From a farming perspective, there are items, usually runes, spread out here along the beach, and there are a lot of very slow-moving, let's just call them zombies. And they are in big groups. So with the Hoarfrost Stomp, that can make farming a little easier. I know there's at least one item out here to collect. And let's kill one of these guys to see. And, of course. Alright, yeah, they're only worth 36. But, see that group of them right there? That's a lot. And there's an item out there. gotta love how they're just kind of grouping right there for me. Golden Rune 5. So it's worth coming down there just for that alone. Because that Golden Rune 5 is worth about 2,500, I think. I don't remember if there's anything else down here worth grabbing. Let's just take a quick look with the horse. And then we're going to make a quick beeline for the Deathbound Catacombs. No, nothing else down here. Okay, let's head to the Deathbound Catacombs, and that'll wrap up this segment. Deathbound Catacombs can be found all the way up here, so we'll go to the War Master's Shack. And it's right before the bridge that takes us to the most western side of Limgrave. Let me remove some of these points. Okay. Trying to remember the best way. I don't want to have to deal with that encampment. Yeah, it's this way. We can go up and over the encampment. So, the Deathbound Catacombs is over there against that wall. Oh, that wasn't good. That almost ended badly.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello?
You might have seen this in some of the demo
Anyone?
videos, but make sure to get this guy out.
Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this? My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. No, there's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, Isaac.
And then talk to him and so on.
Oh, that's...
And I'll not spoil it for you. He gives an exalted flesh.
Once again, I am beyond upon this. I doesn't the notions... I'm heading to Redmane. I've heard...
Yeah, he's a quest line that you definitely want to grab a hold of and make sure you run with. He's also one of my favorite NPCs in the game. Okay, so the Deathbound Catacombs are this way. But make sure to grab this first. And then... where are they again? Where's that statue? Statues... okay, it's up this way. Yep. So we go up here, and then it'll be up here on our left. Right here. Now, there's a couple of reasons for clearing this particular catacomb. It does have upgrade materials for your ashes, your summon ashes, such as your jellyfish. But the boss actually gives a talisman, as I mentioned earlier, I believe is extremely valuable for the samurai in the early parts of the game. What do we got to level up? 2353? What's up, Pickle? Just so you know, I'm in the middle of recording. So, I wanted to make sure I said hello, but I am recording, so as soon as I'm done the segment, I can talk to you openly. Alright, so I need another... I think I've got I've got one of these. I'll use this real quick. Oh. Okay, never mind. I thought that was worth more than it was. Okay. I don't need to level up. I just figured I don't like going into catacombs like this. I don't like going in with a large amount of runes, especially at low levels like this. So, let's see. Alright, let's go ahead and put in a point into Dex. Alright, so we're at 1818 for Dex and Vigor. I talked about 2020. That would put us at level 22, 23. Alright. So these types of catacombs, you got to find a switch to open up the boss door. Oh, lantern. Alright. This particular catacomb, you can end up getting surrounded by skeletons very easily. Did I... No. Isn't there a... Yeah. Yeah, so Grave Glovewort, that's considered a upgrade material. Oh, and skeletons are worth 62 apiece. Was not aware of that. That's actually very nice. It's worth more than I thought. I'm kind of running around the skeleton parts of this. Okay. down here. Extra Uchigatana if you want a two-hand. Certainly a viable playstyle. I have seen many people do it very successfully, and you end up getting twice as much bleed as you would. And there are some really cool skills or Ashes of War that work well with dual anything, but dual katanas is really interesting because of the bleed damage. Human bone shard. Oh shit. Some of them don't come alive until after I flip the switch. Trying to take it slow so that I don't end up getting surrounded. Yeah, see there's two right there. Alright, let me go ahead and flip this. That opens that door that we saw. Where am I getting shot from? It must be up top. Alright, you know what? Let's leave him up there. Let's run back to the entrance. We'll sit at the site of grace, and then we will head into the boss fight. And for this boss fight, I'm going to start with the bow. And then I'll switch to the katana afterward. Yeah. Oh, that was bad spacing. I got away with one. I'm not even sure how I got that. So this is the talisman that I was talking about. I wanted to make sure that we got this. This is, I think, one of the best early talismans for basically anyone, but certainly a samurai to get, because what happens is you get health back for every critical hit. So every backstab, every time that you hit a full bleed load, the very next hit after a full bleed load is going to be a critical hit. So that will feed you health. Great during boss fights. And we only have one talisman slot to equip. This is, I think, the best one to get. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is your talisman slot. The only other one we've gotten so far is the enhances roars and breath attacks, which if you're not using those, it doesn't really make any sense. Okay, that is the end of this particular segment. I am going to go over to here, and we'll start from here into the next segment where we will be getting the first major key item needed for access to the northern region of the map, as well as another golden seed to increase our flasks and clear out a couple of small areas before we try and make that first trip into the first big boss. Okay, this is going to be the last segment, and these last two segments have really not necessarily been required, but they are recommended as ways to get your character up to speed, get your flasks where they need to be, find the right items, and so on. Some of the earlier sections were much more important as far as getting our katana leveled up. Now we're just about finding the right items and making sure that we have our flasks where they need to be, and so on. So the first thing that we're going to do is we just killed another boss. Let's go ahead and sit down and get another level real quick. Nope. No, that's not... Oh, crap. Oh, let me move forward time a little bit, too. I don't like being out at night unless it's absolutely necessary. Like, if I know I'm going to be trying for a very specific boss that only comes out at night, I would much rather have it being daytime so that I can, well, one, see, and two, make sure that I know what else is going on around me. Alright, what we're going to be doing now is clearing Fort Height. Now, Fort Height is way over here. There is a map piece in the middle of this area, which is called Mistwood. So we're going to be heading in that direction. And it should be right on the road, say right about there. It might be up there. I can't remember which. But we're also looking for a trigger for the Fort Height mission. I forget what his name is, but Height is one of the is the name. So we're going to be looking for that as well. Well, you're going to clear out Fort Height for two reasons. One, there is a key item there that is needed in order for us to move forward in the game after we've killed two demigods. And second, let's call him a boss of Fort Height drops an Ash of War that is key for the katana and does huge damage blood damage against flesh-based enemies of any kind. So it's a great Ash of War to use against bosses, almost all of them, and does huge chunks of damage. So I want to make sure that we get that leading into the Margit fight. Alright. Get on our horse here. If I can find... this way. Yeah, so right down there is where we need to get to. The question is, how do we get down there? Oh, down this way. The other thing about going down this way is it's going to take us by a graveyard. A graveyard with open coffins. And they are tremendously important to find, as they are littered throughout the entire world. And they are full of two things. Wolves, or, well, enemies of some very easy thing to kill. And two are runes. I think they're down here. I think it's down here. Yep. All those items right there are runes. So we get to farm the wolves and then collect all the runes. Now, anytime you see a wolf pack, there's usually a white wolf. Oh boy. And they are definitely harder to kill. So be aware of that. There's the white wolf right there. That wolf I'm not going to kill with one swipe. Go. 3 swipes. If you ever see graveyards like this, farm them. Farm them. Alright, there's one last wolf up here. Let me get this last one. Oh, missed one. Yeah, most of them were level 1s, but this is also the starter area, so it's kind of expected. Okay. Wow, I actually had the marker right on the map point. That was a very, very good guess. There is a minor Erd tree up there, just like we fought the boss at earlier. However, this particular Erd tree does not have a boss. Ground Slam. I do not know why it doesn't have a boss, but it doesn't. Alright, the map is right over here, near this very large bear that is very hard to aggro. Because I can walk right up to him and do that and have no problem. Be aware of this building right here. This is the Siofra Well. It'll take you underground. That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay, so here is the rest of the map for Limgrave. We now have Limgrave completely filled in. This is Fort Height. We're going to go here. There's a golden seed right nearby. There is also the items that we talked about picking up. So we're going to go do that real quick. There should be... Okay, if we go backward, we can actually talk to the NPC who wants us to go there. By the way, the bear isn't as scary as you might think. With a +6 weapon, he's actually not that bad. So, the NPC that I'm talking about... Oh, am I going the wrong way? Oh, he's over here. Ah, he's over here. Went the wrong way. Yeah, he's at the top of this overpass.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiate. Well, that's...
I'm not going to let spoil anything. I'm going to accept his quest. You don't have to. But whatever you do, shut him up. Because he talks way too much. Alright, now that we've accepted the quest, let's go ahead and make our way to Fort Height. There is a State of Grace. Should be right here. So let's go ahead and head there. And between our archery and Horfrost Stomp, we should be able to clear the fort without too much problem. And we will need to use the Horfrost Stomp because we are going to be dealing with a lot of armored enemies. Want to take on the big guy. I don't have to. Oh, but I'm going to have to. I was really just hoping to get the stuff that was in the water. Alright. No biggie. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and clear these guys. Worth it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, it was definitely not worth it. But you never know until you go and pick things up. For example, we have some bats over here. That are also protecting something. That was actually worth something, so, you know, you never know. be aware of these ruins. You're going to want to come back here later. That's all I'm going to say. Interesting side quest. Or at least I think it's an interesting side quest, I'll put it that way. What? Wrong direction. And all of those, and I got no drops of any kind. Okay, so Fort Height is right up there, but the State of Grace is right over here. And let's go ahead and pop a few runes. And get another level. And we'll go ahead. Alright, so we're at level 20 right now. Excellent. Oh, I need a few more. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that our vigor is up nice and high. Alright, so Fort Height can only be gotten to through this particular way, and there are two guys, two of those demi-humans that we just fought in here. There's also a ballista up there on the ramparts. Once you get close enough, he can't hit you. Alright, so then I'm going to go around from behind. Oh, that's Kaled over there, by the way, in case you're wondering. Yeah, we're definitely way underleveled for that location right now. That place will eat you alive. Okay, so there's the golden seed, as you can see. And we've got 1, 2, 3 armor guys. We've got a pumpkin head. Mad pumpkin head, excuse me, is the official name. Key thing is to wait for the pumpkin head to get down to the bottom. Then we'll slowly backstab who we can. They leave an opening spear guys don't leave an opening. And the guys with the great swords don't leave an opening. So I can get this guy without aggroing that guy, and then I'm going to leave the Mad Pumpkinhead alone. Yeah, it's this guy that's the issue. That doesn't normally work, I gotta tell you. So there's our golden seed. We can now upgrade our flasks. Whatever I do, I don't want to trigger the Mad Pumpkin. He is one of my problem enemies. Alright. Now we're going to do some snipey snipe. Now, be aware that the ability for you to snipe is going to be completely dependent on the arrows that you use. So if you're using bone arrows, they have a drop-off. The wood arrows, which are what is sold by the merchants, do not. Thank God for lock on. I got too close. Let's see. There's another bomb thrower up top. But before I go up there, I don't know what triggers. The guys in here. Aw, damn it. Alright. Glass shard. Another cookbook. I don't know what that particular cookbook gives, but that's not the primary reason for being here. So the primary reasons for being here, one of them is up there in a chest. The other one is going to get dropped by this guy. And there's the Ash of War that I was talking about, Bloody Slash. He's the other guy that is the bane of my existence from a enemy perspective. They are so fast, and they almost have no downtime between attacks. It makes it so... And then you almost always end up fighting them in places like this, where you have no room to maneuver. Alright, so... we go up here to the top. They're also very quick to keep their shields up and have huge poise. So that particular medallion is needed to unlock something, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's a key item. You absolutely need it in order to move into the second half of the game. So while you're here picking up the Bloody Slash Ash of War, you might as well pick this up as well. So the last thing that we're going to do in this area is we need to go down... I gotta find it. Where'd it go? Is it here? No, that's not right. It's down... oh, there it is. We're going to go right here to this particular church. So the easiest way, I think, for me to get there... I think I missed a State of Grace. Oh, and we have to go back here to freaking Height anyway to turn in the quest. So let's... I guess we'll go back here. Yeah, we'll go here to talk to him. And then we'll go to the church. Okay, so we are back here at the State of Grace below the Aegil Lake. I have just gone through the process of using the golden seeds to upgrade my flash charges. So I should now have 5 and 2, which I do. We're going to go to one more church, which is going to give us a major item before we're going to try one attempt at Margit. But I'm going to do all of this to show you where you can be if you follow all of these guidelines, where you can be as far as what your character will look like from a leveling perspective, what kind of damage you might do against Margit, to determine, you know what, I like what Brian did, we're just going to give it a go, or maybe I need to go and fight the dragon, or maybe I need to go and find some more caves and catacombs to level up a few more levels before taking on Margit. So let's go ahead and first turn in the quest with Height about clearing his fort. Where's the down? I know this was how I went down before. Oh, this is how I went down. I have a short little video on my YouTube channel of some horse platforming hijinks. Especially in Lirunia Lakes, when you're trying to go up, or when they've placed an item on one of those tablets that you need to get to, or you think you need to get to. run past you all this time. I already cleared you all out once. I wonder if I can... Oh no, there's another one. Wow. I was actually able to pull it off. I didn't think I would. Okay, so let's go back to height, turn things in. I probably should have stayed on the horse longer. Where is he? There he is.
Ah, I did you, man. Oh, well done.
I'll let you listen to it.
It's
It's
here's your reward. Go ahead.
he gives a very crappy
I've much. What's that look? Well, even the which is why I just you.
reward. Okay, that's enough of that. Now we need to get to the church, which is right here down the road. There's a troll there. But the key is to get to this church. Okay. So, state of grace as always. Sacred tear. But most importantly is this. The Flask of Wondrous Physic. It takes 2 tears that you're going to find from beating Erdtree avatars and allows you to place both of them into a single flask. You'll never get more than one, but it will apply both tears at the same time when you drink it. So the ones that we got from that first Erdtree avatar that I had us fight was... One gave us health recovery, 50%, and then the other one gave us basically a 100% negative on attack damage for the next attack. It's basically a big bubble around you, or a shield around you. So it allows you to absorb one attack. That's great on boss fights that you're still working with, but you only get the one. So it's something to be very, very careful of. In addition, we also got an additional tier called the Crimson Crystal Tier. So now what we do is we go back to our Site of Grace. We go to our flasks. We increase our amount first because we just got that Sacred Tier. And then we go down to Mix Wondrous Physic. And we choose 2. So the Opaline Bubble Tier is the one that negates damage, but only for the next attack. And then the other one I'm going to choose is the restores half of total HP. It all depends upon how you want to use it. Eventually, you're probably going to replace this one so that you can have 2 things that can be applied at the beginning of a fight, rather than you using it in the middle of a fight, because you don't want to be messing around with rotating between what things are in your inventory. So that's all that there is to these segments. I now have a fully set up samurai at level 21 with 20 vigor and 18 dexterity. My katana is at +6. My bow is at +3. And I currently have an HP of 652. Is this perfect? No. It's still actually a little bit light. I would be happier with higher vigor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Stormhill Shack. We're going to level up using the runes that we have in our inventory, and then we're going to make our way, to Margit and try him one time. We're also going to switch out the Hoarfrost Stomp for Bloody Slash, and we'll see how it goes. Alright, so Stormhill Shack is right here. So this was where we talked to Roderica. She left us a golden seed. I don't believe that we have more than the one. No, I only have the one. But I have 2 more sacred tears that I completely lost track of somewhere along the lines. So let's go ahead and use those sacred tears. Although our HP isn't really high enough to require it. Okay. Now then, let's go ahead and pop all of our, well, as many as it makes sense of our runes. We're probably only going to get 2 levels out of this. I think we're at 3,100 per level at this point. Okay, that should do it. Alright, so we'll go 19 in Dex and 21 on Vigor. And then we're going to go to the Ashes of War and change out Hoarfrost Stomp for Bloody Slash. Oh, our Uchigatana is at +5. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought it was +6. We never found a 6th plus level 2 smithing stone. That's something that you could very easily add to the guide, is add 1 additional step for that. Alright, so that should do it. Now all we're going to do is make a trip into the castle. Oh, that's a mushroom. There is no easy way to get into the castle because there are archers all over the place. So I recommend just running right up there. And getting to the site of grace. Very, very simple. Uh-huh. Except for I'm going to have to sit there again. Dude. Chill out. I should have rested. Okay. Well, that's going to do it. We're going to do 1 attempt at Margit, just so that I can see what the damage is. We can absolutely summon if we want to. I have no idea who gets summoned, though. I'm not sure why we would summon him. We haven't met him. Anyway. Okay. Let's give it a try. Let's see. I haven't fought him in a while, so I do not expect to win. And for spoiler purposes, I'm going to skip this. Now that didn't work well, did it? Nope. Can't believe I got that. That's normally a moveset that I do very badly with. Okay, the Bloody Slash doesn't do quite as well as I would have liked, but it's okay. I was late on that. I don't take as much damage from the uppercut now. That's good. For some reason. Damn it. That was a waste. Okay, well, we got him in second phase, and I was slow.
Must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, no. Yeah.
Foolish ambitions.
That was a very good showing, though, considering I had not fought him since my very first playthrough of this section. I was doing very significant damage, though, with Bloody Slash. Could I have gotten better damage with Hoarfrost Stomp? Maybe. But you get an idea that with this guide, with all of these videos, getting you set up, you end up with this type of character. Level 23, 21 Vigor, 19 Dex, a +5 Katana, could very easily be upgraded to +6, running Bloody Slash with Margit, puts you in an excellent position to beat that boss in a very few number of tries. And if you want and would feel more comfortable getting yourself closer to 25 or 30, it's very easy to go out into the world and stay out into the world. There's a dragon out there. There are Knight Cavalries. There are Death Birds. There are plenty of catacombs and caves that you might want to explore before taking on Margit. But I haven't fought Margit in months. Or in weeks, sorry. I remember his moveset, but I haven't fought him in quite a while. And I almost got him in that particular attempt. I only had about a quarter of his health left. All I needed was 2 more shots, and I probably could have gotten him. So, hopefully this guide will help you get a samurai class, a true samurai class, up and running very, very quickly. And then, once you start clearing through Stormvale Castle and getting past the first demigod, then you can take your samurai class wherever you want. There is just unlimited opportunities. So, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully, I'll be working on some other build guides in the near future.